Had some problems, but we're all set. Ready to go for Super Street qualifying number 1. And this is the first race of our first ever divisional for season number 2. Got a division winner, Ricky Lightning, right-hand side in the brown Mustang. I don't know what year that is. Kind of forgot. In the Bel Air from Christopher Lancaster, I believe. Both trying to run 2.8 seconds. 278, 287 with a 2. Just test sessions right now. So qualifying, you just make sure that car is dialed up right for the competition. We're going to have 3 rounds of this. And then tomorrow, we will eliminate some of these cars and see who is the winner. So we did have some streaming connection issues or whatever, but we are back. Ron Harvey did amazing last competition. He wants to get his first ever win. He has never won. Up against Austin Chuck on the right-hand side. It's a close race down to the finish. 277 with a 7 and a 8 below the index. 279 with a 2. Best run of the qualifying session so far. We had somebody run a dead-on 2 yesterday. In the test and tune session for Super Street. Four below the index there. 279.6 and the 291.5. Just got to speed it up a little bit for that Chevelle. Jack Swift, left-hand side, against Kenny Chesterfield in the Mustang, right-hand side. Wait, Jack is the one. Yeah, Jack is the one who ran a dead-on 2 yesterday. He runs today. He's been pretty efficient. Goes too quick this time. 274.4 beats a. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't beat it. I'm a little dumb. A dead-on. I mean, sorry, not a dead-on. 2 above with a 1. That's a 282 with a 1. So, top alcohol dragster, first call to the staging lanes, left-hand side. Top alcohol dragster on the left-hand side of the staging lanes. Here we go. Jim Nelly in the orange Fox body, left-hand side. Right-hand side, we have Patrick Chung, who actually got his first ever win, and it was a national win at best. Or at that, I meant to say. 3 above. And a 292.1, so he kind of slowed down. That brings up Malcolm Nicholson and Chris Brooks in the Chevy Impala left-hand side. New racer. He's new to this. Or what I should say is probably new to season 2. His first ever competition wasn't too long ago. That was the first national event, or actually first event for season 2. And Malcolm Nicholson in the Green Nova runs a 3 above and a 272.9 for the Impala. Second call for Top Alcohol Dragster. Probably should have called you guys a little bit sooner, but we need you to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster. Pull them up. Pull them up. We're going to need you shortly. Ben Charlotte in the left-hand side of the Mustang. National champ. First ever national champ we've had. Up against Clark Winger in that Hall of Fame car right there. That is an expensive car. And the Chevy Nomad. Very cool classic. Also running super straight. Wow, look at that. Oh, runs way too quick. 268. But the best pass of the day. Dead on 7. That's a 280 with a 7. That is a step in the right direction there. Now, Top Alcohol Dragster, third call, trackside lanes. I called you guys a little late. My apologies. So I kind of made you guys get in a rush to get up here, but please get up here as soon as you can. Zoe Triforo's right-hand side up against Rich Campbell, division champion right there, divisional winner in the left-hand side. Up against Zoe Triforo's Mustang there. Oh, too quick. 267 with a 7. And a 279 with a 4. That is 6 under. Oh, wait, that wasn't the best run. I guess since I saw the 2.8, it made me think it was like a better run than it was. Never mind. But still a very good run from Ben Charlotte. Alcohol funny cars. You guys are on standby. Third and final call for Top Alcohol Dragsters for Q number 1. Mickey Sr. in the Vega up against John Stewart, the division champ. Look at that, dead on 6 for the Vega. And a 285.8. That's going to better up his time. I remember he was a little bit slower as we saw last competition. He made it all the way to the final round, I believe. So, somehow. Last but not least, Sam Check and Steve Conahan. Steve Conahan, your Super Street champion overall in the class, your 2024-2025 season champ. And he has a division win under his belt as well. Look at that tight race down there by 0.06 of a second. Or no, nope. I thought he got a 283 too, but he didn't. 283.9 for the win for Sam Check, and a 288.3. I'm surprised. He usually runs better than that, but. So Top Alcohol Dragster's going to be ready to fire right now. My prediction was 10:30 yesterday. I was, could be a little off. We're going to wait, though, down there to make sure everything is clear. We're going to start the first pair. Got an interesting pair up. It is going to be David Morton and Javian Cox. David Morton, your Top Alcohol Dragster champion for season 2. For season 1. Top Alcohol Funny Car now. We can take you tower side lanes, please. Top Alcohol Funny Car, tower side lanes. So we're giving the all clear. So that gives these Top Alcohol Dragsters the cue to fire up. I believe he is a 2-time division champ and also the season champ. Javian Cox has been always so close to getting the win, but he has just lost, and it sucks because he's been trying. Yeah. So he's trying to look. And now their first qualifying session here. The first runs of Top Alcohol Dragster, the fastest cars we've got racing on the track. And check that out. The first win is going to go to Javian Cox there with a 5.65.7. And not going to be the best run for David Morin. He's going to be Give me number 2 for right now. He ran a 6:12 with a 1. Javian Cox goes to the top with a really good pass. With a 5:65 with a 7. Second call for top alcohol funny cars. Second call. Top alcohol funny cars to the tower side lanes, please. We'll be back in just one moment. So you just saw, you might notice some differences between these two cars and the last two cars. You can have two types of combinations. You can have the blower car, like the two that we just saw. No, it's louder. It's very high RPMs. These ones are the low RPM dragsters. The injected nitro combination. They're supposed to be faster, but our champion is a blower car, surprisingly. You can choose whatever combination you wish. And these are what these drivers chose. So let's see if we can get some more numbers on the board. Injected nitro pair, that's Joe Johnson on the left-hand side, one-time division champ. He used to be running a blower car until he got in a bad accident. And Derek Toney, right-hand side. Both going to shut it off. So they're both going to be tied in third for, obviously, no run there. They can better that up next time they come around, so that's all right. And last but not least, we got 5 top alcohol dragsters. And that's the last call for top alcohol funny car. All right. First call. So last call for top alcohol funny cars. Get down here, please, while you can. Then first call for stock. Stock eliminator, gonna go to track side, please. Stock. The track side, we're gonna take half of the class on the track side, half of the class on the tower side, which tower side lanes are not available at the moment, so you could wait behind the top alcohol funny cars and inch your way forward. One second as we get everything cleared up, and we should be ready to go in less than a minute. Here's Tim Larson. And that beautiful nitro injected top alcohol dragster. That thing has a huge spoiler on it. That car has been struggling a lot to make full passes. The team doesn't really know what's going on. Let's see what he can do. Hustling down the racetrack, gonna click it off early. Not gonna make a full pass. It seemed like a cleaner run for them though, and then we'll see what they do when they come around next time. And then now we're gonna start a top alcohol funny car qualifying session. Good job to the top alcohol dragsters, and actually the only people that made full passes were the blower cars that are supposed to be just a teeny bit slower, but I mean, hey, that's what we're looking at right now. Alrighty, we're gonna move on to the top alcohol funny cars in just a moment. Big burnouts from these two. Plano Genmet in the right-hand side and Riley Cox in the left. Riley Cox, a division winner. Plano looking for his first win. He's been struggling with that funny car. Got 4 funny cars in the class. I love the days when we had 8. For the national, we didn't. The national event for the top alcohol funny cars got rained out, and dragsters as well got rained out, so they didn't get an opportunity for a national to get more points. But maybe, or well, not maybe. We are gonna do one, and maybe we can get a lot more top alcohol funny cars and dragsters as well. And let me shut up. Here we go. Plano having struggles down there, can't really properly get into the groove. 589 with a 3. Plano gonna take the fat 0. It's not gonna take anything there. Not a bad lap. 598 with a 3. We will take that. All right, second call for stock. Tower side lanes. Tower side lanes for stock, please. We'll see you in just 1 second. A little bit of an awkward burnout there for John Tony. Here's Ozzie Morton, right-hand side. That car is quick. He's been doing amazing, but he still has not got his championship, Top Alcohol Funny Car Championship. He wants to get it this year. Grimace McDonald took that title from him. Let's see what they can do. And this is our final pair. So third call for stock. Third and final call for stock. You should all be in the lanes, please. Whoa, some tire shake for him. So he's just gonna have a dud run there. Nothing out of that. And he's gonna Ozzy Morton's gonna run a 597 with a 2. He's just gonna take second place. With a 597 2. So then Derek Tony will be tied in last with Plano. So there are standings so far. Hopefully we can get some better improvements / get some numbers on the board next qualifying session, and then we have one more coming up. We always like to do 3 for the top alcohol category, but every single category is going to get 3 qualifying hits as well, so that's awesome. We will see you in just a second for Stock Eliminator qualifying session number 1. Here goes Stock, baby. Whoa! Jay Greenhead dialed in 310 up against Vince Burns. Dialed in 350. Vince Burns in the Mustang left-hand side against a beautiful Nova in the right. I definitely like this car a lot. Vince Burns' car I actually enjoy. It's kind of slow, but it gets there. $319 with an 8. He's going to change that dial. And we have nothing on the other scoreboard. Just 1 second before we get that taken care of. A 361 for Vince Burns. We got that taken care of. It didn't show on the screen. We've been having issues with that. So just bear with us. Let's continue stock eliminator, though. Continue on the road. Got Devin DeSilva in the challenger over there. Wait, oh, I'm stupid. Dialed in 350 up against Gary Jones in the fast pickup truck, as he likes to call it. Dialed in 260. Look at that. 3 under the index and a 355.3. So he just needs to get a little bit quicker on that. Gary Jones is perfectly, he's in that range. He's looking pretty good right now. And also, I'll give away $100 if you guys get a perfect, if you guys run perfect on your dial. Derek Alejandro dialed in 320 up against Troy Fisher. Dialed in 350 left-hand side in the Chevy Impala. .311 with a 5 and a 348.7. That is pretty close to the dial. That's 13 thousandths of a second under the dial. Derek is just going to bump his up to a 310 instead. Brock Smith dialed in 260. Up against Sarah Bowen on the left-hand side, dialed in 280. 257 with a 7, and something is wrong with that scoreboard. And it just appeared again. 1 second. We're just going to make sure the time slip prints out for her. Good thing it wasn't perfect, because if it was, then I would have to give $100 to someone that, you can't really prove that they got a perfect time. It was a 1 above with a 6, though. Maybe we're going to tone down the power a little bit to how bright the lights are. I don't really know what's going on. Think we know? No, we don't. Dave Spot Jr. in the pickup truck. Dialed in 270 up against Billy Shakewood in his Corvette Stingray there. Dialed in 320. $266 with a 1. I mean, with a 7. And a 311 with an 8. So he's just going to put in a 310, and things seem on the high for him. Blake Phillips in the orange Mustang right-hand side, down 350 up against Dan O'Neill in his El Camino. He's dialed in 310. $304 with a 6. So Dan's going to bump his to a 3 flat. Blake Phillips going to just bump his up to a 360. I don't know why. Every competition, these guys are always fixing their numbers. Like, when are they going to start running consistent? Like, Aubrey Williams, 2-time national champ, 1-time division champ. Dialed in 270 up against Sean Richardson in the pickup truck. Dialed in 290. Two above with a 0, 3 above with an 8. And I'm telling you, Aubrey is very, very good at drag racing. I mean, we saw all the stats. Very good. And she got that modern Camaro that's very consistent. So I see her going pretty far in this competition. Evan Groove. He's in the right. I forgot my right and left for a second. Yeah, Evan Groove, right-hand side, dialed in 310. Up against Nick Chuck. Dialed in 330. $326 and a 301 for Evan Groove. So Evan will just change his to a 3 flat dial. That'll do him pretty well. All right. First call for Super Comp. Super Comp. Trackside staging lanes, please. Super Comp. Take you in the trackside lanes, please. Stacy Lynn in the Camaro left-hand side. A division champ up against Nathan Lopez, dialed in 320 as well. So we'll see a side-by-side race here. They're both pretty terrible on their numbers. One is too fast, one is too slow. 313 for Stacy Lynn, 327 with a 2. So 330 for him, 310 for her. Maddox Reed, right-hand side. Dialed in 280 in his Bel Air up against Tony 30 Acre. Now hold on 1 second before we launch this pair. We're going to make sure everyone's up and out of the way down there. Tony 30 Acre left-hand side of the Mustang, dialed in 270. Hopefully Nathan Lopez isn't broken, but he did take some time to get out of the shutdown area. So hopefully he is good to go for the next qualifying session, whenever that is. Whoa, what happened? Oh boy, and we're going to be on hold for a second. As Tony 30 Acre slows down. We're going to have to wait for him to get set. I'm not sure what happened. They're going to take a look at what happened to the car. That is uncharacteristic of him. We're going to wait for the next pair. 1 second as we take a look at that. All right. It looks like he just missed a gear or something. Maybe I was over dramatic about it, but he never runs that slow. Wow. Also, I was wondering what happened, but maybe he just missed the gear and he kind of just coasted and just took whatever time slip. That was weird. Anyways, next pair we got John Somerville in the right hand side and his 57 Chevette, or not Chevelle, what the hell? 57 Chevy, I meant to say. Up against Chuck Allard. Then 290 in the Nova, left hand side. These guys are both best friends. They're both machinists together. Look at that. One above with a 4 for Chuck Allard. And John Somerville, like 276. He's definitely a little under there, so he's going to bump it up to 280. No big deal. He's back on the road. Ron Harvey in the left-hand side. Dialed 310 up against Oscar Cummings in the right-hand side in the yellow Camaro. He's dialed in 320, so he's just a tick slower than Ron Harvey in the left-hand side. So other than that, almost side-by-side race here. Both pretty good on their dials, roughly around there. Actually, pretty good for Ron Harvey. He has a division win in Super Street, but he's in this class now. He goes 1 above with a 9 and a 3 above with a 3, so it's around the ballpark. Just needs to speed it up just a little bit quicker. Ashley Dick dialed in 250. A huge run to. If she goes dead on the dial, then she gets the new record for speed. One of the quickest stock cars we have seen out here. Up against Zay Lawrence, dialed in 320 in the Chevy Nomad. Here we go. .255 with a 6, and I don't know what the hell that says on the left-hand side. That is Spanglish. I don't know what the hell that is. We are going to go fix the scoreboard there in just a second. Once again, we're having issues. So we'll be back in just a second. Year 2024, 2025, Season 1 champ, Jackie Bevlick for Stock Eliminator on the left-hand side. I mean, it's the same model Mustang, just in a... Wait, is it? No, it's not. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's Rob Tango. Rob Tango down in 310 up against Jackie Bevlick's 310. Both have the same dial and the same, well, close to the same model Mustang, whatever you want to say. Wow, dead on one for Jackie Bevlick. And a 316.6 for the other Mustang. That is crazy. Oh, 1,000th of a second away from getting a hundo. But it is not coming out of my pocket, so good luck with that. Oh yeah, I haven't even been calling Super Comp. Sorry about the rush, Super Comp, but you got to get the lanes. Like now. Super Comp, if you're not already in the lanes, just head down right now. This is your call. Randall Donovich and Brady Atwater coming up. Randall down 3 flat up against Brady. Down 350 in the Mercury Cyclone. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot what it was called. 8 thou under the index. Oh, what the hell is that? A 397 with a 6. That is almost a 4-second pass. Very slow. And Brady Howard in $4. He's going to be all over the place. If he ever wins a event, I will personally pay him $500. Trey Martinez dialed in 3 flat up against Jake Riley. Also dialed in 310. Hold on just a second. This is the last pair we have. And now they're ready to go. A 292 with a 7 and another blank scoreboard. So Trey. Gonna bump his to a 290 and we'll get Jake Riley's time slip in a second. All right, we're gonna run Super Comp in just a second. We'll see you in a second. All right, so we did. So I don't know. We did try something different. So it should be kind of fixed, I think. Yeah. So track cleanup is going underway, and we will see you in 2 minutes for Super Comp, and then we're gonna do Super Gas, Super Stock, and then we're gonna finally see our debut runs of Comp, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman. They are back for business, baby. Yes, sir. All right. Super Comp. Here we go. Another 280 index class. Test and tune session for these guys was pretty decent. And now we get into the first qualifying session today. We're going to start it off with a 298.3, not terrible. So up next will be Dallas White. So we have 16 Super Comp cars. It feels like 32 because we have to run like each of them solo. Actually, not technically not, because we have a door car, and they're going to be racing side by side against the dragster. Here goes Dallas White down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Hope everyone's enjoying their Thursday, because I know I am. Here we go. Trying to get that 280. That looks like a pretty good pass for it. And actually too quick. That's a pretty good run though. 274.3. J.R. Clem, a one-time national champ, and that comes from the first national we did for season number 2, his first ever victory. So that is awesome. J.R. Clem is a pretty fast dragster, so he has to tone it down sometimes. It is the test session, so he might just go quick. Just test out some things, and he'll set everything correctly on how it needs to be for eliminations tomorrow when it actually counts. That looked pretty quick. Oh my god, 259 with a 3. We gotta slow it down there, pal. That's probably his fastest passes ever made in that car. Once again, thank you to all these sponsors on the wall, and they also came together to help out this racetrack and this event. So thank you guys very much for sponsoring the Toy Hot Rod event. We appreciate that a ton. And also thank you to Gus at Super Competition Products for helping us out with Super Comp. I mean, as we see here. Without you, it would not be possible. 270 with a 3. So just We're going quick now. We gotta slow it down. And here comes the dragster and a door car matchup. Parker Ryder in the dragster. And Joey Lotto in the door car. The door car's behind, and he lost the race. 276 with a 4 and a 288 with a 7. Good race, though, down to the end. And now, wait, no, hold on 1 second. Super Gas, you're on standby. Not your first call, you're on standby. All right. Next up, we got a one-time division champ, Fred Spencers. We're waiting on him to fire up. You know, our kind of slogan here is it's not just racing, it's family. It really is like that. You know, when it's very like, I don't know, I get like this like good like feeling in my heart whenever there's a final round and we kind of see the winner. It's like such a happy moment, and then you see the families cheering. It's just a great moment. I get kind of emotional, you know what I mean? As cringe as it sounds, you know. I can't wait for that feeling tomorrow. And a 293 with a 3, but 1 second. See something on the track there. We're going to go get it with the motorcycle. So it's just some like kind of debris there. And then once we get the cue, once we see it coming back, once we see him coming back, then we should be ready to go. I already said the same thing, but say it. Well, sure, we're going to say it again. Thank you to everybody for coming out to the event. I love the feeling when I just look in, like I just look at the sky, and then I look in the pits and I see all the cars. It's a good feeling. So we'll be done in just a minute. I see him coming back up, so that means we're going to get running soon. Super Gas, first call to the lane. Super Gas. Cue number 1. Super Gas. Cue number 1. To the lanes, please. Mark Wagon, division champ, wants to get another win for the season. Actually, I never really explained. Well, I did explain, but this is for the new viewers that are watching. The rules on how to win a championship of the season. First, you got to win a competition in the regular season, and that's how you get your points. That's if you just get a win, then boom, you're automatically off to the final, not to the final, to the championship. What was I gonna say next? Then once you're in there, actually no, wait. Let me explain how this point system works. Hold on. Bear with me. So, let's see. Mark Wagon looks like he put on a show down there. Oh, too quick. 268. Usually that car is slow as hell. Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, okay. So where was I? Point system. Oh yeah. So a national event is worth 75 points if you win it, and a divisional is worth 50. But then, so say this divisional is worth 50 right now. The next one at Vessel Dragway is going to be worth 49. So it's good to get those early season wins because the more points you get, you can get a buy run. You can get higher in the rankings because there's no qualifying in the championship. You just have to hope you're dialed in and locked in, and in the standings, you have to go against first place against. Excuse me. First place goes against last place due to the point system and how it is. If that makes sense. I am a terrible explainer, I'm not going to lie to you. And here's AJ Pierce. AJ Pierce was in the final round, I believe, with J.R. Clem earlier in the season. 275 too, and that's actually a pretty decent run there. Next up, got Draft Lady Manatee. GLM has been struggling with that car. Hopefully she'll do a little bit better. Whoa, and it's sliding a little bit. Still a very good slip, though. 277 with a 1. I think that's the best pass of the event, so that's good. For Super Cup. Next up, we got Ed Flacco. Super Gas, second call. Super Gas, second call to the staging lanes. Trackside. Trackside, Super Gas. Trackside, please. And Super Stock, you guys are on standby. $287 with a 6. Just needs to get a little quicker. Ross Barbosa, ready to fire up on the right-hand side of the racetrack. We got 4 more dragsters left after he strikes the finish line. Good morning, everybody out there. Ross going down the side. 289 of the 1. Wow, I thought he was closer than that, but he can better up that time. So, Super Gas. Let's make that your third call to the track side. Super Stock. Super Stock. First call to the tower side. Super Stock. First call to the tower side, please. Okay, I was about to say, anytime now. Whoa, he kind of slips out of it there. 294 with a 5. I'm surprised he even ran that. I don't know. Gabriela Sanchez, 2-time division champ in Super Comp. In her fast dragster. Okay. Probably just a little slower there. 271 with a 7. Yeah, kind of look like that. We got 2 more, so third and final call for Super Gas. First call, Super Stock. All right, Xavier Brown entering the left-hand side. Your Season 1 Super Comp champion. National event winner, I believe. Yes. So Super Gas should all be in the lanes. Okay, that didn't look too bad. Wow! 279.9. That is 1,000th of a second away from perfect. He almost got it. What a run from Xavier Brown. Wow. Way to go. Impressive run from Xavier. Last but not least, we got the B dragster right hand side. So remember, first call for Super Stock, tower side, Super Stock, Tower side, please, for cue number 1. Whoa, wow, take care of that. Almost slid into the other side. He holds onto it. Be careful. Still runs a 289 on the 2, but wow. All right, it's time to start. Super Gas, qualifying number 1. Starting off with the mother and daughter pair of custom-built roadsters. We got Jenna Monopasto, your Super Gas champion of season number 1. Unbelievable story to her. She joined mid-season and still came out on top. She learned that car very well. She's a one-time division champ and one-time national champ in that small time frame. And Christine Monopasto, the mother, has the faster roadster here. Their goal is to get 6 seconds, and they have delay boxes, though. Waiting on them to get staged up. They are. Here they go. They are neck and neck at the finish line. 589 loses to a 589.9. All right, here we go. Here's Scott Burns up against Paul Wright, the national champ right here. In that hot rod. Here they go. He's going to take the stripe first. 595.6, and we'll have to see on that scoreboard. Scoreboard's not working again. So 1 second, we're going to try to take care of this issue. We're going to probably be a second, as we want the scoreboards to work for the competition, or else that's going to be an issue. So we're going to be on hold for about, I would say, 5 minutes. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. We're going to try to get his time slip back. We'll see you in just a sec. So we're back rolling for right now. I am kind of, a little let down by the finish line, but hopefully that gets fixed because, hopefully it doesn't fucking do that during the competition. Then we need to rerun. Torn Steel, left-hand side in the black hot rod up against Grant Sterling, one-time national champ, one-time divisional champ. Those were done in a row, so he won the divisional and then won the national. Torn Steel still looking for that first win. And he just jumped the gun. He's not going to get a time there. We're going to run him separately. That was a messy super gas run. What the hell? He's just going to cruise on Broadway. That was weird. I don't know. So we got Tyler Toll, the rookie for Super Gas, right-hand side. Up against Carolina Barbie in the left-hand side and the Mercury Cougar. Tyler Toll in that beautiful Chevelle. $6.15 with a 4, $6.23 with an 8. Now we're having bad runs. And here's Jeff Wick, your most recent Super Gas champion. He's a national champ, first time ever national he's ever won. Up against Hank Wright in the red Mercury Cougar. And hold on. Yeah, they're going to leave at the same time here. It's looking like a good race. Look at that close race. 596 with a 6 and a 602 with an 8. It's actually not that close. I thought that said a 599 with a 6. So a 2 above with an 8 and a 34 thousandths under the dial for. Actually, it is pretty close. A 6 thousandths. He won by 6 thousandths of a second. Hank Wright in the right-hand side. He's still searching for his first win as well. And we're actually going to wait for Hank Wright to get off. So super stock. Like a lot of you are in there. I think you guys are because I'm looking close to the pits, and I think that's all of you. Third and final call for you guys though, just in case you're not all up. And now we're ready to go. By the way, that's why I'm continuing to speak. Given the green light, here's Todd Gilbert on the left-hand side in the Corvette Roadster up against the Camaro Roadster DJ Willis. Should be an interesting one. Has Todd won anything? I don't know. I don't think he has. And DJ Willis lost in the final round to Jeff Wick this season. Todd's going to let it go too early. No, never mind. He doesn't. 6:07 with a 9. 6:18 with a 4. Did better than I thought. 2 more pairs to go for Super Gas. Up next, we got Zane Dennis in the Corvette Roadster. Has he won anything? I feel like he has. Or no, he has not. He's out of Garage Town, Toyland. He's an influencer. Up against the famous drag racer we all know and love, Tom Hendrickson. In the left lane. He's won something. Hopefully he can win another thing in Season 2 and he can get that ticket into the championship race. Oh, they're both kind of behind here, but Zane got the stripe, and Zane will win it. 596.3. Beats a 608 with a 7. Not bad, not bad. They're both pretty dialed in, though. They're having that, like, they're roughly around that area. And now it looks like Zane is having problems getting that car to move, which is a big issue because I think racing involves movement last time I checked. It looks like the car's stalling down there. Hopefully gets that ready to move because we need to send cars down there, please. And 1 second, we got reports that he didn't move. All right, and now they're just making sure nothing was left behind, and we're ready to go. So here's Henry Redhood, right-hand side, up against Rick Collins. And this is our last pair. Then we're going to get into Super Stock. And here we go. Or maybe not. There we go. Got a little staging battle there. Here we go. And he's a little behind. He's not going to catch him there. They both did not do good on index at all. 583.8 and a 514 with a 4. Here comes Super Stop. First call for Comp Eliminator, trackside lanes. Comp. For Q number 1, Comp Eliminator, trackside lanes. Chris Bellingham dialed in 313 up against the 2-time division champ. And he won those back-to-back, I believe. He's Dave Salem. That's who that guy is right there. The legend. He's been doing amazing. He's been showing signs of becoming a great bracket racer. He's kind of new to the sport, but he is doing amazing. He's dialed at 274. One above with a 9, 308 with a 4. That's a breakout. Chris Bellingham going to set it to 305 and is just going to try to push the car to go quick. So there's not too big of a fear of breaking out here. Here's Kevin Johnson, the rookie, on the right-hand side. The GTO dialed in 260 up against Bailey Clem. And he is dialed in 320. This is a breakout category. Unlike Stock Eliminator was not a breakout category. It was just whoever got closer. This is a breakout class. 267.6 and a 311 with a 4. He'll bump it up to a 310. And Kevin Johnson will just do a 265 instead, and that'll actually better fit what he's trying to go for. This is my favorite car in the class right here on the right-hand side. I love this car. Second call for comp. Make sure you're here. Second call for comp eliminator. Brenda Goodwin, right-hand side. Dialed in 280 up against the National Superstock champ. Which is Brett Jenkins, dialed in 287. The Mustang will get there just a hair before him. .282 with a 2. And a slow 295. Brenda could risk this. She did the test and tune yesterday. She ran a 282 as well. She's pretty damn accurate on that dial. She could risk it for a 282 and dial that, but that's close to breaking out. She might just keep the same. Depends maybe on how the qualifying session goes. Brett Jenkins goes 295, and he's not off the track yet, so 1 second. All right, so we're back. Comp eliminator, second call to the lanes. Make sure you're heading there. All right, here we go. Next pair here. We got King Stevenson, dialed in 289, up against William Carter, dialed 308 on the right-hand side. In that beautiful 64 tan Chevelle. .285 with a 4, 311 with a 6. So it's a breakout for King Stevenson. He'll dial 285. Just like that. Link Scottish, 2-time division champ. Wait, who's this Superstock champion? I'm just gonna look that up. It's not him. It is. Superstock champion, Lynx Scottish as well, 2-time national champ. That is awesome. I kind of thought it was him, but at the same time, I don't know. And a 340 dial for Ernie Clem in the right-hand side. Here we go. $285 with a 3 and a 331.9. So we'll break out there. I'll just redial it with 330. Comp Eliminator. Third and final call of the track side, please. All right. Mantis, right-hand side. Dialed in 282. Up against Lucas Clark. Dialed in 330. He's got the 64 orange Chevelle. Oh. $337 and a 295 with a 3. That's pretty weird. He's gonna keep his dial the same though, so it looks like he's just gonna rerun that. Shi Chung against Hortensia Charforos. She dialed 261. Up against Hortensia Charforos, dialed 279. We got one more pair behind them, and then we're going to start Comp Eliminator. Third call, Comp Eliminator, third and final call. To the lanes, please. Last but not least, we got Calvin Trask, dialed in 276, up against Eli Rage on the right-hand side. Dialed in 325. And that's going to do it for Super Stock qualifying. Now we're going to get this track cleaned up. We'll see you in a bit for Competition Eliminator. And once they're done, Top Dragster, and then Top Sportsman, and then back to the alcohol session, Top Alcohol Funny Car and Dragster. Then we're going to start all over again. Yeah. So yeah, start all over again. And then after the third time, so it's going to go like this. So comp eliminator, top dragster, top sportsman, then top alcohol dragster and funny car. Then we're going to start from super street all the way back to top alcohol dragster and funny car. And then with whatever time we have left, we're just going to circle through super street all the way to top sportsman. And then once we're done, once every class has 3 qualifying runs, we are going to end it off today, and then we're ready for eliminations tomorrow. If we do have time, no, we're not going to run any eliminations today, just on Friday. Friday is strictly just for eliminations. We'll do all the qualifying we can today, as much as we can fit in. Hopefully we get all of it in. And yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to see you in just a second after we get this racetrack cleaned up. On to Comp Eliminator we go. Top Dragster. First call for you, tower side. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Here goes your Season 1 champion and the Nostalgia Dragster, purple one on the left side, Gary White. Love this guy, man. Is he a 2-time division champ? And 1 national? No. He's won twice. 1 national, 1 divisional champion. Right here, Comp Eliminator. Gary White dialed in 250. 250 is crazy. And Trey Baker dialed in 290. Comp Eliminator is a little bit confusing. It's same rules as stock, but 230 with a 5 and a 270 with a 1. But if you go up against somebody with the same exact dial, it's an automatic heads-up race. And whoever gets to the finish line first wins the race, just like that. But if you guys have different dials, then you just do normal bracket racing. But same as the stock rules. But yeah. He's going to dial 270 and Gary White going to dial 230. All right. Up next, we have a division champion division champ right here. Jake Smith dialed in 270. Up against Cindy McIntosh. Dialed in 250. $242 with a 7, $265 with a 4. That is exactly where both of those drivers want to be. Two front engine dragsters right here. Ja Fanto on the right-hand side and the blue one against Obo Mata in the gray one. Obo Mata dialed in 210 against Ja Fanto. 220 dial. $207 with a 1 and a 209. Those are some fast dragsters. One of the fastest ETs that we have in this class. Very quick. And they've got some reconsidering to do on their dial. On the right side, we have Haley Goodwin racing here with her mother. the pro stock class, but Haley's here, also racing with her mother, who is in super stock. Also has a Fox body. She's driving around looking to join in and wants to actually race this car. Fox body, I forget what it's called. I forget what she calls it. Hold on, let me think. Is it the Pink Baby or something? I don't know. I kind of forget it. She's dialed in 220. If I could. Hello? And hold on one second. Uh, oh, yeah, she's right here. Dialed in 220 up against Lacey Wood. Dialed in 3 flat in her dragster. A 218 is pretty good, and that's where she wants to be at. And a 305 with a 3. 1 second as Lacey Wood. Obviously, you saw her just coast along. Just 1 second as we push her out of the way. And I don't know what happened there. They're just going to do a quick check. Unexplainable habits from the rapidly run, run. Did you guys enjoy my singing? Because that's kind of what I feel like doing. I'm like, you know, waiting on race cars to get pushed out of the way. Slightly embarrassing. I probably should have shut the mic off when I did that, but you know what? No, I'm not. How about that? So yeah, we're just getting her out of the way, and she almost. Oh, she now is. They're just gonna do one check on that lane to make sure that's all set. Top dragster, second call. Top dragster. To the lanes, top dragster. So yeah, see you in just a second. All right, so next match up here, Tammy Rego, division champ, in comp up against Bear Alejandro, who almost got it. He was looking for his first win. He's got one in the bonus event, which is not really a real class. It's just a bonus event, but still a win. It was in another car. I guess he's there. You go. He's dialed in 240. She's dialed in 250. Let's see a race. Look at that. 239 with a 3/7 thou under. And she did a really good job too with a 252, which is dead on too, on the 250 dial. Very impressive runs by the two of them. And here comes up new to Comp Eliminator. Not new to the THRE because he's been racing Top Sportsman for a little bit for that first season. It's Tyler Wilson right there in that Thunderbird. Third and final call for Top Dragster. Get them all down. Get them all down. We still need some of you. Actually, a lot of you. So get them on down, please. Josh Langer down to 290 up against Tyler Wilson's 230. Look at Tyler Wilson hiking it down. 218 with an 8, 258 with a 7. Tyler Wilson bumped that up to a 220. And Josh Langer will do a 260. Up next, we got Tyler Patrick on the left-hand side. Dialed in 260 up against Steve Basil. Or no, what am I talking about? No. Steve McIntosh dialed in the 290. I got confused between the two. Anyways, let's see a race now. None of these guys have wins. He's pretty new to comp. He just joined it like towards the end of the season. And they both run pretty much the same thing. 275 with a 7, 276 for him. That's 3 thou apart. 1 second as we get these guys. One more match in comp. And remember, third call for Top Dragster. You guys should all be down there. All right, last. Oh my God, voice cracks are crazy. Anyways, last matchup, we got a dragster versus a car. It's gonna be Rachel Black and Brad Pickett. I believe Brad has a division win. Right? He might. That's about it. So a fresh new start to his season. Hopefully he can get something both with the purple paint going on. It definitely looks a little weird because the dragster has a big head start, it looks like, but trust me, he will catch him. It is bracket racing at the same time. It will actually depends. If they're dialed the same number, it's an automatic heads-up race. If they're dialed something different, then it's just a normal bracket race there. She's dialed in 270 up against Brad in the Ford Fairline. He's going to be dialed 260, so it's actually just a hair faster. We'll see what happens. This is the last race of comp. They both close in at the finish line 245 with a 1, 248 with a 9. They're going to be both dialed in 250. Good runs for them. We will be seeing them in the next qualifying session later on today. Good job. My bad. And 1 second, as we're just going to get the track tidied up. So, yeah. We'll see you in approximately just a minute because we're just going to pick up some debris that's left around. So we'll be back with Top Dragster. Here comes Daniel Tusk. Alrighty. Daniel Tusk dialed in 320. That's going to change. These guys got a little quicker. over the off season. Maybe not. 306 with a 4, at least. But he's going to bump it up significantly and do a 280. He's planning on going that quicker. So we'll see when he comes back around in the next qualifying session. Here comes Gerald Spectral up next. I love this top dragster. It didn't really stand out, Not much success in season number 1, but my famous saying, new season, new you. So hopefully he can show us what he's got. Gerald, as of right now, is dialed in a 309. Remember, I still haven't given out $100 yet. It's probably not going to happen with Top Dragster. Wow, 259 with a 6. Gerald, what the fuck, man? 260 is his dial. Golly. See, I told you, these guys, I'm not even joking, these guys got quicker over the offseason. It's upgraded their dragster and let's do that to it. His looked relatively normal. Most of these guys did. I don't know exactly what they did to him, but ever since we dropped the requirements for top dragster and you can kind of do whatever you want now, it's it's kind of been a field day in this class. Jack Smith, he joined in the middle of season 1. He's dialed in 315. No success with him yet. Hopefully more success comes to him. And 286 with an 8. Okay. I mean, it looked a little slow. See, and that's what happened with Gerald. I didn't know he was going to run that fast, but he did. Up next, we got Kyle Stars ready to fire up. Remember, so Kyle Stars got that upgrade. Here he is. Alrighty then. Anyways, Kyle Stars did some testing on this new car, and honestly, I didn't think it was too great. It was definitely louder, but it wasn't really anything impressive. But I believe he ran the test and tune session, I believe, and it went way quicker. So we're about to find out what it does today. As of right now, he's dialed in. He's going to go way quicker than a 315, I think. I would hope. That dragster not only is fast, I mean, it looks fast as well. So let's see what it does right about now. On a launch, and didn't look like it launched too hard. It definitely going to make a pass here. 269 with a 5. We can do better than that. Come on now. But a good pass to start. He'll dial in a 265, and we'll see how good he does next qualifying sesh. We are almost 3 hours into this competition. Kind of did expect to be a little bit further, but oh well, I guess. We have the whole day, so I mean, that's all right. Hopefully we have all 3 rounds of top alcohol dragster and funny car qualifying sessions done by like 5 or 6. That's kind of the goal, and I think we can get there, but we'll see. Here goes 269 with a 9. It's going to dial in 270. That's actually pretty good. We'll see how good he does the next time around. All right, so the first call for top sportsman. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. I mean, I guess you have time to hang back if, whatever. But if you're just ready to pull them up, get to the staging lanes, you absolutely can do that now. Trackside lanes, please. We got 16 cars and yeah, right? Yeah. Top dragster, we have 16, and comp, we have 16. Super street, we have 20. Stock, we have 32. Super comp, 16. Super gas and super stock, 16. Most of these cars are 16. Oh yeah, everyone is. Besides what was it? Oh yeah, besides Super Street, who has 20, and Stock Eliminator has 32. 5 top alcohol dragsters, 5 alcohol funny cars, and that's going to do it. Manny Silverman up next with that new blower on his car. And didn't look too good. 268, pretty good on that run there. It's going to dial 265. A lot of these guys are dialing, like, they're not doing specific numbers yet because they don't really know what to dial. So they're doing it around that base. So then the next qualifying sesh, they should better up on that. Next up, we got Bobby Sensins over here in the B Dragster. Look at that. This is a nice little baby, man. You know? It's definitely a quick little ride. Probably not the quickest in the class, but it does have speed to it. That thing is faster than it looks. That's for sure. One time it did have like the top ET of the class. Not that that really matters, just a bracket class, but still. That is pretty cool. We're waiting on him to get all set and ready. There he goes, down Broadway. That looks like a pretty good run. 267 with a 9. Not bad for him. Bobby Sensins will do a 266. Oh, he has to be a little bit different. Not a 265, but a 266. Here comes Martin Judge, the division champ. I don't know how he does it every time. Usually he's pretty inconsistent, but he gets the job done, and I guess that's all that matters at the end. Let's see what Martin Judge is dialed in as of right now. Martin Judge dialed to 277. That might actually be the closest one yet. Here he goes. 261 with an 8 is what he just ran. Martin Judge will do a 262. Or no, 260. Amber Hitting, Season 1 top dragster champ. Whoop, whoop. Here's Amber Hiddings, one-time national champ. Yeah. And she might have gotten divisional in there. She's a really good racer. Sponsored by M's Extreme. Or no, I lied. M's Auto Parts. Yeah. My bad. Second call for my top sportsman. Top sportsman. Amber Hitting's dial 269. She might actually get close to that. Look at her. Nice pass there. 256. I mean, that car is quick. 255 is her new dial now. So 1 second as Amber gets out of the way. Here we go. Here is Brittany Collins. She, as of right now, is dial 285. She's going to run quicker than that. Pretty fast, quick pass there. 252 with a 5. That's the best of the day. Quickest run. She's going to dial in at 250. Pretty fast shit there. Got 5 more dragsters to go. Top sportsman, be ready for your next call. Here's James' friend. I believe he has some type of victory, I think. I don't know. Man, I am starving. Too bad the goddamn taco truck isn't open. Get myself a burrito. God damn it, now it made me really hungry for a burrito. Damn, this sucks. I hate this. I'm not even going to tell you what they're down at this point because, you know, James' friend isn't going to run a 305 like it says over here. They're all going to change theirs. Slides a little bit. 268. He's in dial 265. Actually, 260. He thinks he's going to run quicker. 4 more to go. Max Taylor up next. One of my favorite top dragsters, looks-wise. Max Taylor up. Man, we've got some colorful Top Sportsman cars. Like we got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, and black, and dark green. All right, I should hang the hat up first thing. I said white, I think. No, I don't think I did. I don't know. Anyways, but we have like the whole rainbow over here, and it's nice and it's making me feel happy. Pause. Let's see what Max Taylor. What the? Let's see what Max Taylor runs over here. He's probably going to be one of the slower ones. And yeah, he's close to that 280 mark, 279 with a 3. He's going to dial in 275. It's actually looking pretty good for him there. Final call for Top Sportsman. Make sure you guys are all down there, please. Top Sportsman, make sure you guys are all down there. Here we go. Megan Clyde up next. This is pretty much just a redial session for everybody. Hopefully it gets better next time. Megan Clyde going to put down a 273. She's going to do a 275 as well. Got Tina Barnstormer and David Hank, and that is going to wrap up Top Dragster. Here goes Tina. Tina was the first ever Egg and Dread in the Pits interview we've ever done. A joyful lady. Just wants to drag race. That's it. Currently dialed is 310, but once again, like, gonna run quicker than a 310, I believe. I hope. And then David Hank will follow her right after, and we will be set with that qualifying session. This should get better next time. Here she goes. Tina. Running a 268. She's also going to dial 265. Last but not least, David Hank. Here goes David Hank. Let's see what David Hank runs. And that's it for this qualifying session. And on to my favorite class, Top Sportsman. Runs pretty nice. 268 with a 3. I feel like I've seen that time slip 3 different times. Let's get some water, and then we'll run Top Sportsman. All righty, here we go. New to the class, Jet Spiegel. I love that last name. And I'm not even, joking. Jet Spiegel. I don't know, I like that. 272 dial up against Michael Speedster over here, the Pro Stock champion. Got his first ever win. Congrats to him. Michael Speedster dialed 283. He toned that card down a lot up against Jet Spiegel, who is he's going full power now. Probably not full power, but using more power than Michael Speedster. Here we go. Wow, look at that. 270 with a 3 for Spiegel. He's going to dial 270 in. And a 275, which Michael Speedster will dial in. He'll just dial in a 275, just like that. Sorts out that start. First call for top alcohol funny cars to Tower Side. There goes Bird to the right-hand side, up against Luke Scott. I forgot I like saying his name. Luke Scott dialed in 305. Mr. 305. Oh, I remember this now. It's all coming back to me. It's been a while since we raced Top Sports, and I'm glad we're back. So he's dialed in 305 in the Mustang. Bird's dialed in 282 in the Firebird. Here they go. 277 with a 9. 293 for Luke Scott. He's just going to steal the 277. And Luke Scott going to dial in 295 now. Here goes Grimace McDonald. In the Dodge, up against Brendan Lotus in the pickup truck, Pro Stock pickup truck. And 1 second. Oh, here he is. Dialed in 280. Up against Brendan Lotus, dialed in 302. There goes Grimace McDonald. He is off. 265 with a 5. Wow. And whoa there, Steve Williams kind of does a weird burnout. Kind of stalling the car. Struggles to back it up. Got it to go. All right, Steve Williams in the MSD Pro modified car. Toned down a lot, could go quicker, but doesn't want to push anything. Wants to get accurate. He's in a Darling. 335 up against Titan, the division champ. I believe. He should be. Yeah, he is. He is. Calvin, a 3 flat. And that card's not going to fire. 292 with a 5, though. He's just going to steal the 292 and then rerun it next run. This is just that kind of day for... All right, he's getting staged in again. He's going to try the run. Gets it off this time. 319 with a 2. He's going to dial 318. And 1 second, we're just going to check out that starting line to make sure he didn't leak anything. And we'll be back in just a second. It should only take a minute just to check everything out. Just doing a quick little sweep. So yeah, we'll just see you in a minute. Also, second to third call, top alcohol funny car to the lanes. Top alcohol funny car, we need you tower side lanes, please. Thank you. Here we go. Starting back up. We just completed halfway through Top Sportsman. We got another 4 matchups coming up. All right, we got Trey Bullet up against Fire Tire. Dialed in 289 in the Corvette up against the 310 dial in the Firebird left-hand side. Wow, 9th thou below the index. 284 with a 2 for Trey Bullet. It's going to redial a 285, which seems nice. Third and final call for Top Alcohol Funny Car. We need you guys. First call for Top Alcohol Dragster in the trackside lanes, please. We got Deborah back in the building. Mama Bear. 269 dial. Up against the national top sportsman champ, Brian Chains. 271 dial. In 1 second, 261 with a 1 and a 266.4. Deborah, new personal best in that car. Just got a lot quicker. That's that fast GTR. I think the quickest in the class, even when it's toned down. Quick, or it might be going full power. That's probably why everyone else tones it down. Well, not everybody else, but still putting on good numbers. And 1 second before we start the next pair. Just checking out the shutdown area for a second. So we are being given the cue to go. So, yeah. Is the Volkswagen race car up against the Hot Rod race car. Jeff Wick, the Super Gas national champ for season number 2. Jeff Wick dialed 299 up against the Moon Eyes Volkswagen race car. Dialed in 282. You got one more pair behind him, and that's it. Then on some more alcohol qualifying. $268 with an 8 and a 277.1. So he's going to dial in the 270 up, and then Jeff Wick going to dial in 277. Here we go. Horse Dang, the two-time division champ, up against the division champion in the right-hand side, Greg Sparkling in the Corvette. Dialed in 307. Horse Dang and a Mustang. Dialed in 295. Wow, look at that. 291 with a 6 on the 295 and a 306 with a 1. That is 9 thou below the index. I mean, yeah, he's looking like it. He's not going to change anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Horse Dang will dial 290. Let's get this track cleaned up. We'll see you guys for the next session of Top Alcohol Funny Car and Top Alcohol Dragsters. So final call for Top Alcohol Funny Cars. Second call for Top Alcohol Dragsters, please. Then we're going to go on a break just for a little bit. For a little lunch break. It is a little late. I bet the drivers probably already ate lunch, but I didn't. So, and what's it like? You know, it's not a show without me, guys. Come on now. Yeah, it definitely is without me. No one asked for me here, but hey, it doesn't matter because you know I am here, and that's that's what we get. So yeah, I will see you guys in about 5 minutes, and we are going to start Top Alcohol Funny Car qualifying session. Here we go. Starting off with the first pair. We have John Tony right-hand side, who does not have a time slip yet. And Ozzy Morton, who does. He's second place right now. And number 3 is right next to him, tied for last with Plano Genmet. All right, so I'm trying to figure out how long the break is going to be. So somebody did bring me ramen. Thank you, because they're doing Asian food up at the concessions. Whoop, whoop. All over the place, tire shake for both. John Tony barely even surviving that. That's not going to improve. Nothing pretty much out of this qualifying session. We'll move to the next group. The last group, Top Alcohol Funny Cars, just like that. All right, so is he going to roll down? Yeah, he will. I was going to say, do we need to bring down the Jeep? I don't think so. We'll be all right. He's just coasting down. We could just get one of those, the people that usually help the top fuel cars out. Hopefully they can get him going, because he's not going to make it all the way down to the shutdown area. All right, we'll wait till we're reset. Riley Cox, number 1. She does want to still better her time. She's at a 589 with a 3. She can do better. She wants to aim for the 570s. And by the end of the competition, she says she wants to run 560s. That's the kind of number she's aiming for right now. Very talented drag racer, division winner. Up against Plano Genmet, still kind of figure things out. He does not have a full pass yet. He could get one right here, and he could be in third. So instead, actually, no, they're both tied, so he wouldn't. Okay. Never mind. Let's just see what happens here. They're both getting staged and ready to go. Plano tire shake to deal with. He couldn't make a full pass. Riley does. Betters it up. 568 for Riley there. Good pass. 568 is what she puts down. Plano has a better run, but still can't figure it out, and he kind of lets off the gas, resulting in not a full pass. So he will not get a slip. That's going to do it for Top Alcohol Funny Cars. The standings remain. Riley is looking like a true champion of the Top Alcohol Funny Car class. I'm upset that Grimace McDonald can't make this a tight competition. He's racing his Top Sportsman car. He cannot race the Top Alcohol Funny car due to his team. They're trying to figure things out. Julie Newton's Top Alcohol dragster is totaled as well. Not too great right now for that team. They're going to take a break off the alcohol racing. That's what. Hopefully he can be a Top Sportsman champion. He is. He has a division champ in Super Gas, division champ with 2 division champs in Top Alcohol Funny Car, and a championship win in Top Alcohol Funny Car. So it would have been cool to see him, but sadly, that's what's happened. We'll be back in literally a minute with the next pair of Top Alcohol dragsters. Also, Super Street, make sure you guys are here for 2 o'clock. And we're going to start racing at like 2:05 or 2:10, something like that. Make sure you guys start heading to the lanes at 2 or sooner, please. Thank you. Here we go. So side by side, we have 2 different combinations here. We have the blower car that Javian Cox is driving, and the injected nitro car that Joe Johnson is driving. Has a division champ, but it's not even in this dragster. He got in a horrific accident, but he got a new Top Alcohol dragster, and we pitched in some money to help him out. The THRE felt, bad that had to happen. Because in all honesty, we've never seen an accident like that. That was our first, horrible accident. But he's back out here in the Top Alcohol dragster world, and I'm excited to see that he is back. He does not have a time slip yet, but he is working on it. He didn't do terrible last time. He's just trying to adjust right now to the track. His first race of season 2. Javian Cox. Gonna get there. Does he improve? 565 with a 5 improves by 2,000ths of a second. He's pretty consistent. It's like a bracket car over here. And once again, not enough power behind that race car. Joe Johnson just needs to find a little bit more power. Launched it a little light. Didn't seem like the best run. He just clicks it off at the end. Okay, so Super Street. We're all right. The official time we're gonna start racing is 2:30. 2:30. We're gonna start racing again. So Super Street, maybe not. Bring your cars up at 2. I don't know. Ooh, I got more food. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. KFC. Holy fuck. Hold on. I have to stop what I'm doing. 4-piece chicken, 10 tender meal. Please. I already have this down here cooking, but I have some more room for some Kentucky Fried Chicken. Believe me. Woo! Guys, I am pumped. Sorry, I fully got distracted. Oh, okay, hold on. Never mind. I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, racing will start at 2:30 after the break. Both of these drivers do not have a pass up yet. Here is Derek Toney against Tim Larson. Guys, I'm so excited. You don't even understand. That made my day. I was thinking of that because, man, my friends are close to Walmart, they're at Walmart. They're close to KFC. I wish I could get something over there. And, woo! Guys, I am cheering. Okay, sorry. Back to Top Alcohol Top Alcohol Dragster, though. Tim Larson been struggling. What happened? He was so good with this race car, and then all of a sudden it shat the bed. And it has not been pumping out good passes. Hopefully, maybe by the third and final qualifying round, it can possibly get better. I don't know. These drivers are staging up. Here we go. Then we got one more Top Alcohol Dragster. Tim, come on, man. Almost got out of it. Not liking what he saw there. Damn. So close. So, yeah. One more to go. See you in just a second. Oops, forgot to respond to that. Honey barbecue sauce, please. All right, sorry. So, actually, here we go. Here's a good opportunity here to possibly get a higher rank. Definitely going to get a better time slip here. He got a 6:12, David Morton. Hopefully he can better up that slip. See when he runs. He probably wants to get first place, knowing him. He loves the competition. And he's, wow, gets a pretty decent pass. It's definitely going to be better. There we go. Beats him. 5:64 with a 9. Ignore the voice cracks, but man, I'm excited. To the top he goes. Did what he said he would, and I think he still has more in the tank. That will all be settled in the next qualifying round. These blower cars are way better than the injected nitro. Well, actually, I'm not going to say that, actually. But they just, coincidentally, they haven't been running great at all. All right. Way to start. We will see you guys back at 2:30 KFC time. And ramen, have to finish that too. Alright, so Super Street, go back to the lanes. There do feel some drops here. It shouldn't be too bad. There isn't supposed to be a storm. So we're gonna hold. We're gonna be on hold for just a second. Gonna take care of the track. Make sure this isn't too serious. But we will be back. We do have the entire day today, so I'm not actually that worried. And it's not that much anyways. So hopefully it clears up. It's just ever so slightly. We're gonna take care of the racetrack in the meantime, so we'll let you know when we start. All right, so Super Street, first call to the lanes. We'll take you now. Super Street, first call to the lanes. We'll take you now. Track seems to be okay. We're going to continue. Definitely took a chunk out. We're probably not going to get everybody to queue number 3. My guess we'll probably get so after Top Alcohol Dragster gets their 3, I'm saying we'll probably get Super Street, Stock Eliminator, and Super Comp. I don't know. We'll see. We're just going to continue down the line. Keep on moving. Super Street to the oh wait, how are they going to have you? Just come up and they'll direct you on what you need to do. See you in a second. All right, Super Street, cue number 2. Stock Eliminator, you're on standby. Mickey Sr., left-hand side in the Vega. He's been doing really good. Up against Ricky Lightning in the Mustang, right-hand side. Look at that! 277 with a 4 for Mickey Sr. and a dead on 1. Missed it by 1,000th of a second. Good effort, though. Stock Eliminator, first call at the track side. Half of the class needs to be on track side, please. Comes the next pair, national champ Ben Charlotte, right-hand side. Against Chris Lang in the Chevelle, left side. Two above with a 5, 286.5 for Ben Charlotte. I'm not terrible. Could be a little bit better on it, just a little bit quicker. Here's Ron Harvey in that pickup, and here's Christopher Lancaster in that 55. Beautiful blue Bel-Air. He's out in front. He will get it done. 283.1 beats a 283.7 by 6,000th of a second. Good win for Christopher Lancaster there. So stock, second call for stock. Checking out the starting line real quick to make sure it's good. Patrick Chung right there, national champ. He's looking to get another win, it looks like. He's back up. He's automatically into the championship round, but he wants another one. If he gets another one, that would be amazing. And Chris Brooks in the Chevy Impala, right-hand side. 58 Chevy Impala, I believe. Something like that. I don't even know. Oh, something goes wrong with the Impala. 286. And the fucking scoreboard just faded away. Whew. Gonna be on hold for a second, but we're in a 286 and a 3 flat. That is not gonna do it there. Something must have gone wrong there. Well, we're gonna check out that issue, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Zoe Charforos, right-hand side in the 67 Mustang. Up against Jim Nelly in the orange Fox body, left-hand side. And of course, right as we fix it, the issue's back. Oh boy. 279 with a 3. Jim Nelly did not get a slip. We'll look for that in a second. Back to fixing the issue we go. We'll be back in a sec. Alright, we should have fixed it. Just keeps on happening. It's kind of out of our control. We don't really know what's going on, so. Oh boy. Oh boy. Steve Conahan, Season 1 Super Street Champion. He also joined late in the season. 275 with a 3 and a 278 with a 6. Jack Swift. It's going to beat him there. Slower car takes it. Randy Swift, left-hand side, the twin brother. Up against Austin Schutz. And the dark green Mustang. On the right-hand side. .272 with a 1 and a .282 with a 3. Austin Schutz will take it. Third and final call. Fill up all the lanes. Stock eliminator. To the staging lanes, please. 3 more pairs of Super Shoot to go. Kenny Chesterfield, left-hand side, and the Mustang up against Rich Campbell and the Dodge, the division champ, our first ever division champ. 283 with a 1, 288 with a 6. Win goes Kenny Chesterfield. Well, none of them are going to be winning if they put up the time slips that they just did. 268 with a 5, 268 with a 1. That's crazy. And the last 2. Malcolm Nicholson. In the left-hand side with the Nova. He has not won anything. I love his car, but has not won anything. And John Stewart actually over here in the Firebird. Right-hand side is actually has a division win. 286 with a 7 and a messed up scoreboard. I don't know what the fuck that says. Can't read that. We'll get his slip in a second. I hate that scoreboard does that. See you in just a second, and then we're going to start stock. On to Stock Eliminator, qualifying number 2. Devin DeSilva, right-hand side in the Dodge, dial 350, up against Troy Fisher, who is also trying to do the same thing. Both dialed in 350s here. Wow, 349 with a 3 for Devin, and Troy with a 372 with a 6. So I don't really know what happened there. He has one more qualifying attempt to better up that. Vince Burns dialed in 360 up against Dave Spot Jr. Dialed in 270 in that fast pickup truck on the right-hand side. $268 with a 4, a $259 with a 5. He would have won the race there. 5 thou under the dial for Vince Burns. He's got the job done. Ashley Dick trying to tone down the car as much as she can to do a 260 against Jackie Bevler. In the right-hand side, and she's dialed in 310 in the beautiful teal Mustang. That is quick, man. 257 with a 2 and a 217. Jackie will wait to come back around, see if she can go quicker than that. If not, just bump it up to a 320 and then call it that. Aubrey Williams, left-hand side, up against Nathan Lopez. Aubrey dial 270, Nathan Lopez dial 333. They're both perfectly set around their range. Aubrey runs a 267 with a 5. Nathan runs a 327 with a 7 on the 330. Sarah Bowen dialed 280 up against Randall Donovan, dialed in 3 flat in his for Talladega. Wait, is that 3? Wait, what is that? Talladega, right? Is that... 2 above for Sarah, and a 297 with a 1 for Randall Donovich. Both. They are set pretty nicely. Billy Shakewood on the right-hand side, L 310 up against Brock Smith, 1,260. In that 5th gen Camaro, 256 with a 3 and 214 with a 4. And then 2 more pairs, and then we are halfway through stock. John Somerville, L 280 up against Tony 30acre. In the Mustang, down in 270. Last time he had problems. He's running great now. Dead on with an 8. And hold on. And a 277 with a 1. That turns out better for him, but wow. So there might have been a collision down there. I think he started veering off the path. Yeah, Tony Stewart started veering off the path, and he might have bumped the wall. Nothing too crazy. That's what happened to Evan Groove in the test session. And actually, speaking of Evan Groove, he's about to go next. But we're going to clear up this issue. Super Comp, you're on standby. Stand by. We'll be calling you shortly. So we'll get that taken care of, and we'll see you guys in a second. All right, so that's cleared up. Everything's all good. Evan Groove in the left, dialed in at 3 flat. Up against Rob Tango, dialed in 310 in the Mustang. Damn, 291 with a 6 right there, and a 311 with a 7. That's interesting. And hold on one sec as they're checking something down there. We need to make sure it's clear. One sec. All right, racers, I'm gonna back up the cars. So before you leave the staging lanes, oh yeah, by the way, we're backing up because of the weather. Before you leave the staging lanes, make sure you guys, they're gonna give you a card so they remember your tech order. You guys can come up and get your runs. We got exactly half of the class done. So we'll do the other half once everything clears up. Sit tight. And we will hopefully be back shortly. We do have later tonight, though. So, racers, we are expected to push racing all the way up to 11:30, then we're going to cut it short. That's when the lanes are closed. Lanes are closing at 11:30. We're going to push as much of this in as we can to get ready for some eliminations tomorrow. Hopefully this just passes by real quick. We can get the track ready. After we run stock eliminator, we are going to go straight to alcohol just to get their 3 qualifying sessions done. That's the most important thing. All right, hang tight, everybody. We're at least going to get 2. We're going to cram as much of this thing as we can, so we'll see you in a bit. And after a long while, got it all together. And we are back. Everything's all cleared up. We are ready to go. We got Chuck Allard dialed in 290 up against Jake Riley. Dialed in 3 flat. Oh yeah, Jake Riley is a division winner. A more recent one. All right, 298 with a 3 and a 310. Now Chuck Allard falling back a little bit. First call, top out call dragster. We're going to get them done and over with. We might end the night on Top Sportsman. Ron Harvey dialed 310 against Nick Chuck in the Yellow Mustang left-hand side. Dialed 330, excuse me. And yeah, that scoreboard's messed up. Just going to be on pause for a second. And a 1 above with an 8 for Ron Harvey. It's pretty damn good. All right. We'll be back in a sec. I really wish you guys saw that. That was crazy. I believe Ron Harvey had a dead-on 8. Well, Nick Chuck had a dead-on 9. He won the race by 1,000th of a second. Maddox Reed dialed in 280 up against Dan O'Neill, dialed 3 flat in the left-hand side in that El Camino. $290 with a 4 and a 307. Off topic, but is anybody excited for the Jack Boys release tonight? I mean, I think it should be, right? That's what they said. definitely going to be listening to that. And I might not get sleep, so I might be a little tired starting off in the morning, but then we'll get to it. Jay Greenhead in the Nova left-hand side, down 320. Up against Blake Phillips, down 360. Third call for top alcohol dragsters. Wait, second or third? I don't even care. Just pull them up. Come on. For your last qualifying session of the day. And 1 second before we pull up these last couple of pairs. For a second. We got Blake Phillips out of there. He had a pretty bad run. 279.9. It's not how that's supposed to go. Sean Richardson on the left-hand side of the 54 pickup truck. Dialed in 290 up against Stacy Lynn's 310. She's in the 70 Camaro right-hand side. $296 with a 1, 277.3. Stacy Lynn is all over the place. And Sean Richardson with a pretty bad run there. Third and final call for top alcohol dragsters. Make sure you start pulling them up, please. All right, we got a nice matchup here. Trey Martinez right inside in the El Camino. Dialed in 290 up against Derek Alejandro and that Teal Chevelle, that classic race car. Track veteran over here. I can't wait for Top Alcohol Dragster to see who gets that #1 spot. They are neck and neck pretty much at the final spot. $297 with a 1, $315 with a 2. Trey will bump that up. Or will he? I don't know. I'm going to wait one more qualifying round. If we even get to their next qualifying round, which I hope we can. And hold on, so looks like we're getting somebody off the racetrack right now. Someone's still there. And I think they're going to pull up to check it. That's what I'm hearing. All right, well, we're going to resume in a few minutes. Just 1 second. Here we go. Last two pairs here. Third and final call. And third and final call for Top Alcohol Dragster. We're missing two of you, so that is a little alarming. Get down while you can. To the tower side lanes, first call for Top Alcohol Funny Car. To the tower side lanes, please. Tower side, thank you. Got Gary Jones dialed in 260 against Oscar Cummings. And the Camaro dialed 320. Dead on 5. Look at that run. Nice run for him. His best run. Probably one of his best runs ever. Holy. And a 326 with a 4. He just needs to get a little quicker there. Brady Atwater dialed in a fat 4. 4-second pass right here coming up. And Zay Lawrence dialed in 320 on the right-hand side. And the Chevy Nomad. He's going to run 313 with a 2. And what? And the Mercury Cougar, Brady Atwater, runs 3 below the index. He is on that dial. He's keeping that 4. Wow. I hope he runs like that during the competition. Awesome run. Wow. All right. Last call for top alcohol and Jags. We're going to get the track cleaned up. Wow. That's literally awesome. All right, guys. I will see you in a sec. Here goes Tim Larson for one final attempt. So here he is. Tim Larson has not got a time on the board yet. This is his final test. And the next time you're going to see him on the racetrack is for racing. So better get something. I like these. They to launch. Ready? Got to the end. There we go. A mini celebration for the team 602 with a 4. It's definitely not going to win, but it's definitely something. Tim Larson on the board. He's going to move to number 3. And now it's time for Joe Johnson and Derek Toney to do the same thing. So the only 2 left that do not have a time slip. All right. We will wait just a sec for them to clear, and we'll start our next pair. All righty. On to the next pair. David Morgan, your Season 1 top alcohol dragster champion. Up against Derek Toney, who has not made a full pass yet. Here he goes. Can he better up that time? It looks better. Wow, there we go. 5:53 with a 1. This remains on the top. He's crushing it. And nothing for Derek Toney. Why do I feel like I said Derek Johnson before? Next up is Joe Johnson. That was Derek Toney. I hope I said that. I'm not too sure. He's going to stay at the bottom. Nothing has changed. He made a little bit of a better pass heading down the racetrack. Hopefully that is enough to get him adjusted to make a good pass. We'll find that out later. Good job to David Martin for doing that. The record fastest time, I forget how. It is 5:21, the fastest top alcohol dragster time. God damn, we seem far from that. And the top alcohol funny car record is 5:56 with a 9. So we'll keep that in mind as we go through those qualifying sessions. Super Comp, trackside lanes, first call. Super Comp, trackside lanes, please. We're going to get the last pair of dragsters ready, and we'll see you for top alcohol funny car, and then we'll get back to the bigger classes. See you in a sec. All right. Back at it again. Javian Cox trying to beat that number on the scoreboard. 5:53 with a 1. He's got to dip into the 540s to do, or no, yeah. Is he capable, or is he just going to take the number 2 spot? And Joe Johnson trying to get a number as well. Trying to climb out of that rabbit hole. Who wants the buy run for the first round? It's honestly easier if you just take second place. So maybe Javian Cox is going to do it. Because if you take second place, you're going to go against somebody that doesn't even have a number down. Then you hop into the next round, and then you have the buy run because it's going to go down to 3, and then it's the The Byron is given to the next person, the second best, pretty much. And there you have your second place. Joe Johnson not going to get there. Javian Cox shatters the record. 520 with a 3. We have a new record. Give it up for Javian Cox. He was wheeling and dealing down with that top alcohol dragster. That is an upset. Way to go. A 520 with a 3. Way to go in the blower car. Shatters the record. Holy cow. All right. Well, that just changed. So congratulations to Javian Cox on shattering the record. Well, not really shattered. I say shattered like he broke it by a mile. But he did break it. 520 with a 3 right there. All right, well, that was a shock. Hold on. Super Comp, second call. Second to your third. So get down here while you can. That is wild. Congratulations. Hopefully, maybe. I don't want to jinx him again, like I've done multiple times. Maybe this is the competition where he finally takes his victory. We'll have to see. Could be a good start to the season, but you never know in the THRE. So we'll see you in just a second. These didn't sound so hot coming up from the burnout, but Riley fastest run was a 5:68 up against Ozzy Morton with a 5:97 with a 2. And she wants to shatter the record. She just saw her brother do it, so now she wants to do it. The record for top alcohol funny car is 5:56 with a 9. Can she do it? Let's see what goes on. Number 1 qualifier against number 2. Neck and neck. Down 562 with a 3, 563 with a 4. There you have it. Number 1 and number 2 right there. And it's going to be tight. $562 or 563 with a 4 for Ozzy Morton. He's locked out of first place. Could one of these potential drivers get quicker than that? I don't think so. But however, oh wait, hold on. Third and final call for Super Comp trackside. Actually, no. Bring them to fill them all up, please. Actually, tower side. Never mind. We already have those lanes already filled. Tower side lanes for the final Super Comp contenders that aren't in the lanes right now. All right. Well, we'll wait till we have the green light. There we go. Why am I slurring my words like I'm drunk? Oh my god. But yeah, we'll see you in a bit once we get those guys out of the way. That was a close battle there for sure. So now let's see what John Tony and Plano Genmet can do. Both of them do not have time slips. So they're going to walk in here locked in for last. Both of them will. So it's up for, since Riley has, if they both don't have time slips by the end of this, Riley gets to choose between the two, and then automatically the other one will go to Ozzy Morton to battle out. I'm hoping these guys can get what they want out of these runs. Attention to the pits. If your class has 2 qualifying runs, don't pack up the race cars because there's a chance we could get to them tonight. So don't be automatically like, okay, let's put them away. Because there might be another run time for you guys. Tire shake all along for John Tony and Plano also as well, but he had a lot better. They both shut it off, and that is the standings. We'll wait for the green light for these guys to move. We'll see in a sec. On a super comp now. 280 index. After that, we got super gas, super stock, comp eliminator, top dragster, comp sportsman. That's a lot. Should I change the comp? All right, attention to the pits. If your class has 2 qualifying sessions, you are gonna put the cars away. Sorry about that inconvenience, everybody. But at least we got 2. I wouldn't have ended it if you guys only had 1. So if your class has more than 2, you're good to go for tomorrow's competition. The B Dragster, Jonah Jasper, 269.7. That's a little too quick there. Go tone that down, man. Next up, Ross Barbosa. I think he won a divisional before. Is he a 2-time? I don't think so. I think that was a stretch, but I'm not sure. And Gabriella just keeps getting she keeps getting yelled at for her dragster. It's illegal for the class. It doesn't match class requirements. Ross makes a pretty clean pass. 285, 2. That's good. Ed Flacco up next, ready to fire. So I like that number. 285 with a 2. Nice. Shows that you're in the range and you're ready for competition mode. That's what it shows me. Could be a little bit better, but we can get there. Ed Flacco makes his trip down the racetrack. 283 with a 3. Nice pass. It looked pretty clean, and it was. 283 with a 3 is a nice number. Supercomps are really starting to show they're getting adjusted. Gabriela Sanchez, 2-time division champ. So after Supercomp, we're going to get this track cleaned. Then we're going to do Super Gas, Super Stock. What time are we going to take that dinner break? I'm not sure. Gabriella, that is too quick, pal. God damn, 259 with a 9. You have to slow that down. BJ Pierce ready to go. Looks pretty clean. Could be a little slow, though. Yeah, 289 with an 8, but not terrible. In and out. We're going to wait on Xavier Brown, the Season 1 Super Comp champion. Alrighty. Xavier Brown. Ready to go on the right-hand side. Super Gas, you're on standby. Your lanes are open, but we're not ready for you yet. So I'll let you know when you should start heading down there. Xavier Brown, slow it down, man. God damn, a 264 ain't gonna do it. So there's Draft Lady Mantasy. Left hand side. She's been struggling a little bit with that dragster. She's doing better on it. She's making good progress. Hoping to get that first ever win. She's been in a couple finals here and there. Oh, man, she really is. She's not going to make a full pass there. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so hold on 1 second. That's actually an issue. She is stopped, so we're going to have somebody go out and get her. I just said she was doing better, too. So hold on 1 sec. We'll be back in no time. Here goes Scott Marker. First call for Super Gas. Super Gas to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas to the staging lanes. Scott Marker. He's one of those guys where he could get a championship. He just hasn't yet. I have faith in him. It's going to happen eventually. 274. Not bad. Next up, we got Joey Lotto and Dallas White. This is what Super Comp's all about. The dragster and the door car. I love these types of races. I love Joey Lotto too. That race car is actually pretty efficient. It actually holds up pretty well against the dragsters. Can't wait to see how this goes down. Dallas White on the right hand side, and the white dragster. All white. Oh, Dallas White slides over to the side. 274 with a 6. So that's actually a little bit quicker now rather than slow, how it used to be. And a 292, which is definitely fucking slow. J.R. Clem up next. Your season 2. Well, the only winner for season 2, because there's only been one competition. The national winner, J.R. Clem. His first ever national. He's been to a final. Shat the bed on that final round. Now he's back up for business, though. That dragster is pretty damn quick. So we better tone it down a little bit. Hopefully he has that figured out for tomorrow when it really matters. J.R. Clem makes a pretty goddamn good pass, I think. Nope, it was too quick. 265 is not 2.8 seconds, so that is not that great. Second call for Super Gas. Second call. Super Gas, needs you to the lanes. Calvin Bradley coming up. What was I gonna say? That's what I'm trying to think of. I don't know. Never mind, man. I don't even know what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, Super Gas only trackside lanes. If I didn't already say that. Trackside, please. Trackside. Looks a little fast for him. 272 with an 8, not terrible. Okay, we are good to go. Thought I couldn't get off the racetrack for a second, but never mind. Mark Wagon has the cue to fire up, so we're going to wait for him. Good evening, everybody. Hope everyone's doing okay out there. Thank you for anybody tuning in on the ToyTube or YouTube live stream. Mark Wagon is a division champ. It was like a shock to everybody. Congrats to him. He's the little engine that could. What is that thing fucking called? God damn it. Ugh, he did make a pretty impressive pass to 311. What is the little train that could or something? How am I forgetting this? The little train that could or something? How am I forgetting that? Oh, man. Is it the little engine that could? That's what it is, I think. The little engine that could.
Right? No, that doesn't even sound right. I don't even know. I really don't know. I'm washed. Forget.
Super gas third call for you guys. Should definitely start heading up here. We're gonna start you in like 5 minutes. We are gonna get the track cleaned, but still, third call. Come on down. We do have a handful of you, anyways. That looks like a bunch. That might be all of them. Yeah, it is. Never mind. We got everybody. Thank you. Ooh, man. I'm exhausted. This was a long day. But still, nothing like a day of race cars, I tell you. That looked like a pretty good pass. That was a pretty decent pass. 270, so slow it down a little bit. Also, once again, congratulations to Javian Cox on that record run. He just ran a 5:20 with a 3. Broke that record. It's a big accomplishment there. Superstock, you're on standby. Superstock, stand by. These next two cars had a final against each other. This is Parker Ryder and Fred Spencer's, the first ever Super Comp final round. And Fred Spencer's beat him in the final round, achieving the first ever division win and first ever win by a Super Comp car. Excuse me. Parker Ryder making a pretty goddamn good clean pass down there. 274 with a 9. Not bad. And last but not least, Fred Spencer's, and that will conclude Super Comp for the day. There's Fred Spencer's there to end it off. Fred Spencer's definitely wants another trophy. That would mean back-to-back wins, or no, back-to-back tickets into the championship race. And who doesn't want that? So let's see how this run turns out for him. And let's see how he's going to do for tomorrow. That looked a little too quick there. No, it was better than Parker Ryder. 276 with a 6. That's a good run. And that will conclude that. So, yeah, we're going to get this track cleaned up for Super Gas. So, first call for Super Stock. First call, Super Stock. To the lanes, please. Super Stock. Tower side lanes, please.
All right, so here is Jeff Wick and Hank Rice. They raced each other the last time, I believe, because I remember because they launched at the same time. Look at that. 593 with a 9, 595 with a 9. Wow. All right. Vince Burns and Henry Renhood. Up next, Vince Burns in that cool Pro Mod car. Henry Renhood leaves a little late there, 6:15 on the 6 index. Vince Burns doesn't even fire, so he's going to retry that again. He's going to go on a solo run. That keeps happening in Super Gas. There he goes, off to a 576. That was weird. That was definitely weird. Tyler Toll, the rookie, up against the champion of season number 1, Jenna Monoposto, one-time national champ, one-time division champ. And Jenna is going far ahead, but it's worth it. 594 and a 621. That's a little too far. So yeah, that's just needs to slow it down just a hair. Tyler needs to speed it up a lot. here they go. And caught up to him. She lost the race, but she didn't even get a time slip. 581. Well, she didn't win the race because she went slower. Something's wrong with that board again. You know how this goes. See you in a second. Alright, so we're just going to fix the issue down there. We're going to try something to make sure it never happens again. It probably will. But we're going to be a few minutes. So, drivers, you can, walk around if you want for a little bit. This is going to take a second. So, yeah. We'll let you know when everything's about to get back. You know what? Take the dinner break, guys. We're going to try to figure out the issue. You guys can go get dinner or whatever. Chill out. We'll call you back. You have time to eat all that, whatever. I guess we'll take the break now, so we'll see you in a sec. All right, let's get this thing done. Continuing on with super gas. Almost done with them. So after super gas, we have super stock, and we're gonna have to cut the night short. Wait. Do we have time? Like, we don't want it to rain. Yeah, you know what? So we're just gonna end it off. I'm sorry about that, guys. You guys only had very little time. Maybe tomorrow. I don't want to do qualifying tomorrow. That's the thing. We'll see how much we can cram in today. We've got to hurry. Okay, yeah, it's just storms are coming in. We should be none tomorrow. So we gotta get this thing moving. Look at that. 601 with a 5 for Carolina. That one above with a 5 and a 604 with a 5 from Rick Collins. Not bad. He's in the general direction. And dude, this weather, we gotta hurry it up because I think we see drops. We have 2 matches to go with super gas. At least get this category over. Then we're gonna wait just a little bit. Hopefully, I'm just tweaking and hopefully everything's fine. Come on, people, come on. There we go. 597 with a 1 for Todd and a 605 with a 2 for Grant Sterling. He actually just beat Grant Sterling. Here we go. One more race. Just got to end it off strong here. And then hopefully, well, we can wait it out. So we're going to wait it just a few minutes. And the reason I want to complete the class is because at least have, we don't want half of the class getting an extra qualifying run because that gives them kind of an unfair advantage in the race. There's torn steel 581 with a 7 and a 3 above with a 7 on the 6. So that was a better qualifying round for Super Gas. So we're going to wait just a second. Make sure this clears up. All right, so we're going to send Super Stalkers back the other way. It's starting to get there. I didn't expect this to be an issue today, but it is. Apologies, everybody. So we're going to send all the Super Stalkers back. I think that's going to end racing for the night. Thank you guys for all coming out. A little bit of a depressing, honestly, way to end. But thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all the track cleaners, commentators, drivers, crew chiefs, the rest of the crew, first responders, especially down there, for always doing their thing, keeping us safe. Just everyone involved in the teachery. The fans, did I mention? You guys. And especially, thanks to God.